And they're off on a Sunsplash Saturday night in Shakopee. Field came off to a perfect beginning. From in between horses, Work Boots has those boots on early, but not as quick as Moral Dilemma. And Kelsey and Moral Dilemma lead it by a measured length. In third is Aeromax, the hot favorite, Rebellious Red. 4 lengths from those leaders. At the tail is Mark My Memory, just 6 lengths from front to back. And Moral Dilemma has the race right now with a 3-length cushion from Aeromax on the outside and Work Boots on the inside. Rebellious Red is unwinding. They went 22-1 for that opening quarter mile. On this muddy track, Moral Dilemma trying to take them every pole a winning one, leading it by 2. Aeromax trying to carve into that lead. Rebellious Red is being asked the question. From out of last comes Mark My Memory. They bend around that turn to the top of the Canterbury stretch, and Moral Dilemma is still there. The dilemma is, can he hold on? Outside comes Aeromax. Aeromax right to the throat latch now, and Aeromax goes right on by. Moral Dilemma's back in second. The others have got a lot of work to do. But Alonso Quinones and Aeromax stampede to a 5-length win. Moral Dilemma holds second. Work Boots was third.
And they're racing. Slow beginning for Savona, 5 lengths in arrears already. Bold Intention with bold speed intentions, and Bold Intention soars away by 3. After that, Chaparita trying to win 2 in a row. Shack Stateside next to the inside. Shack Stateside is all over that leader. Bold Intention within a half. And then we come back to Savona, the slow starter, is now 8 lengths from the lead. And the lead belongs to Bold Intention round about the quarter pole. Shack Stateside right alongside. Chaparita would have to win 2 in a row from 6 out of it, and is about the same distance clear from Savona. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Shack Stateside attacks Bold Intention, who fights back. And on the 3 wide side, here comes Chaparita. Chaparita and Shack Stateside, but Chaparita has won 2 in a row. And they're racing. Tough beginning for Island Bender, who leapt to the back feet and started in last. Aunt Kendra trying to make him say uncle. Meanwhile, Mia is short with good speed into the far turn. Mia is short, trying to come up big. Aunt Kendra is now on the inside and splitting runners aggressively. Island Bender from last after the bad start right up to the lead as they approach the top of the stretch. Island Bender slugs it out with Petagene to the outside and Aunt Kendra to the inside. Mia is short, is now 6 lengths from the lead, and here they come down the Canterbury Park stretch. Petagene to the outside. Inside, Aunt Kendra next to the rail. Between them is Island Bender, who's tired, and Petagene with those blue blinkers is trying to streak away. It is Petagene, the 4-5 favorite, putting their backs against the wall, and she is gone. The People's Choice prevails. racing, begging for trouble, pops out of the gate speedily from the outside barrier, and begging for trouble with a killer crossover, gets down near the inside with a length and a half lead. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man's to the inside, and Commissioner Oscar is sharp in the early stages, right alongside Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, and 1 length behind begging for trouble. After that, Waka Waka to the outside of Gabriel's Legend, and all 5 are sardined together, separated by 4. Up the Canterbury Park barn side they go, and they're chasing begging for trouble, who pulls away by a half. Commissioner Oscar right alongside. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man sequestered to the inside of Gabriel's Legend. Waka Waka is in the clear and on the move with a half mile to go. Waka Waka 2.5 to 1, about 3 lengths from the front, and begging for trouble's trying to run away from them. Begging for trouble just put 2 on Commissioner Oscar. Then it's Ramblin' Gamblin' Man shaking up hard. Waka Waka senses the warning call and is running on from behind, but begging for trouble has opened up an impressive 5-length lead with a 1/4 mile to go. Begging for trouble and Kelsey Har with the race to win or lose. Commissioner Oscar is jumping up and down in second. Then it's Waka Waka, Gabriel's Legend, and Ramblin' Gamblin' Man has gone broke. Into the final 150, begging for trouble, slowing down. Commissioner Oscar senses it. Here comes Oscar with a late charge. Commissioner Oscar gets all the money. And they're racing in the Armenian Princess, race number 5 at Canterbury Park. And we have 4 astern approaching the turn from the inside. Mendelssohn Joy shows speed, but now has been passed by Victorious Vanda. Victorious Vanda's the gray to the inside of Shotgun Runner, and those 2 run away from Mendelssohn Joy by about 2.5. After that, we come back to Outlaw Run to the inside of the 2 under a very, very tight pull. Then we come back to Community Service, 5th, 5 lengths out of it, and 2.5 clear from Jetstream. They head up the Canterbury Park barn side on the muddy main. Victorious Vanda and G-Rod keeping the head in front, leading it by a half with 4 to go. Outside of that is Shotgun Runner still waiting. Outlaw Run biding time. Mendelssohn Joy likewise, but now being niggled out a bit. That's the 2 beginning to close in, and about 3 out of it. 2.5, 3 clear from Community Service, and Jetstream is still last in about 8 lengths rearmost as they approach the top of the stretch and round about the 1/4 pole. Victorious Vanda doing it stylishly. G-Rod has not moved a muscle on that 5. Victorious Vanda opens up by 3. Outlaw Run senses the call to the inside. Outside of that, Shotgun Runner, then it's Mendelssohn Joy. Into the final furlong, Victorious Vanda with a 4-length advantage, and Victorious Vanda has run them into the ground. Victorious Vanda at even money prevails from Outlaw Run. Mendelssohn Joy, 3rd. And they're racing. Popped is 1. No Longer a Hobby is the gray to the inside, out in path 3, being ridden rigorously for the speed. No Longer a Hobby grabs the lead. Side Street Dave alongside. Right behind the leader is Blame Bishop, who darts down to the inside. After that, Political Riot, 4 lengths from the front, 5.5 clear from Last Martini, who's mid-pack. Then it's about 2.5, 3 behind that to Redisor. Then we come back to Pass the Cat, who would have to pass them all to win race 6. They head up the Canterbury Park barn side, reasonable pace. No Longer a Hobby, a half. Side Street Dave, 1.5. Political Riot, third, a half. Inside of that is Blame Bishop, 3.5. Last Martini, 4.5. Redisor, second last. Pass the Cat's about 17 lengths behind. No Longer a Hobby. And No Longer a Hobby at 1-2 is loose on the lead. Side Street Dave and Political Riot going to take a chance to give him a run. Behind that, we have Blame Bishop. Outside of that, Last Martini's closing in. Then it's Redisor spinning the hooves. Past the Cats running on from behind, but still with a tall order in front of him. They have a quarter of a mile to go. They're still chasing the gray. It is No Longer a Hobby, still spotless, cap to boot. Outside, Political Riot is a menacing presence. Even farther out, Last Martini. Here comes Past the Cat with a big charge on the outside. No Longer a Hobby. Between them, Political Riot. Past the Cat from last to first. Runs by them all. And they're racing. Square beginnings for all. Kids Inheritance looks to fall into the top part of the prize money and gets down to the inside with a 3-length lead. Kids Inheritance going speedily, but now beginning to slow down a tad with a 1.5-length lead. After that, we have North Arm Bay. That one is in second. Make that third now, giving way to Irish Heatwave, who's beginning to move up on the outside as they head up the barn side. Mr. Navigator, 5 lengths from the lead and to the outside of Tuco Bay. That one is to the inside of Artie's Angel, and the one in last is Holiday Fantasy, in the field's covered by 9. They have 4.5 to go. They're chasing the kid. Kid's Inheritance leads it from Irish Heatwave. North Arm Bay getting a wonderful trip if good enough, 3 lengths from the front. Then it's Mr. Navigator to the outside of Tuco Bay. 2.5, 3 lengths behind that, Holiday Fantasy, and Artie's Angel is 9 lengths rearmost, and up goes Irish Heatwave, and Irish Heatwave at 5-1 with a burst has taken the lead. Kids Inheritance is on the retreat. North Arm Bay's about to take second. After that, Tuco Bay, Holiday Fantasy, not today for Mr. Navigator, likewise for Artie's Angel. They're into the final furlong, and North Arm Bay comes steaming through beautifully at 4.5-1. North Arm Bay now has to deal with Tuco Bay, and a couple of bays will flow down to the finish line together, but North Arm is better than Tuco. North Arm Bay wins.
Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park in Shakopee, Minnesota. We are under mostly sunny skies. The main track is fast and the turf course is firm. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on tonight's 8-race card. Race 1 starts the 50-cent pick 4. Early pick 4 begins in race number 1. No changes in the first race or the second race where we start that 10% takeout pick 5. So the first and second, free and clear, no changes in the early double. A workout in the third race, an additional workout for number 1, Surly Furious. In the fourth race, we take out number 7, Honey Hauler. Race 4, scratch the 7. Late pick 4 starts in race 5. No changes to start the late pick 4 in the fifth. Race 6 on that firm turf course, take out the 2, I'm So Funny. The main track only entrant, number 5, Pearl Button, and the 6, Spy Kid. 2, 5, and 6 all scratched in the sixth. Late daily double time in the seventh, we start that. Take out the 3, Thick Haze. 3 is scratched in the seventh. At the back end of the card, race 8, the lucky last. Take out number 1, Northcutt. Make Carlo Lopez the jockey on the 6, Pareto's Principle. Lopez on the 6, 1 is a scratch in race 8. Up next at 8, the races from the studio with the beautiful Angela Herman and the soon-to-be Hall of Famer, Jeff Madej.
Well, welcome to Canterbury Park on a beautiful Wednesday night. I'm Jeff Madej. This is Angela Herman. We're here to get you ready for not just tonight, but for the next 4 days of racing. We've got racing tonight, again tomorrow night at 5 o'clock, and then Saturday at 5 and Sunday at 1 o'clock. And it's quite a week of action ahead. So more on that soon.
Yes, we'll get to that in a moment. Of course, there's always a lot going on, especially in July. But we'll first take a look at how things have been going around here at the park. We have, of course, jockey and trainer standings. The jockeys list topped by Harry Hernandez, as it has continued to be, but Alonso Quinones and Fausto da Silva now tied in second with 14. Things remain close behind Harry, who has had a whole lot of mounts, but things staying very contentious underneath. And it looks like some good weather is going to keep a lot more of these riders in the picture. We only have a handful of scratches tonight, so everybody will get a chance to strut their stuff, I suppose. Yeah,
the wins are really being spread around the jockey colony, and that's good because that means a lot of different trainers are also winning. And if you take a look at the trainer standings, there it is, Jose Silva Jr. with 15 wins. He's got 71 starts. He really is sending horses to the starting gate. Well, and he'll sometimes even have 3 in a race. It's hard to beat him. I mean, especially when he has horses with different styles, too. Some speed horses. There's a couple of horses that are very live if he's in a turf race later tonight. It's just very difficult when he has horses that fit so well. I mean, and when you have a pair of them, double tough to beat. Yeah, and I got Tony Ringsdorf on some sneaky bombers this week here on multiple days this week. So stay tuned for that. You can find my picks, I don't know where, somewhere on the grid. I guess. You got to keep an eye on the grid. If you want Jeff Madej selections, an exclusive release in the Canterbury Park grid. It's only up there for a second, so do take note, especially when we get into the quarter horse end of things, as he is the resident expert. That, of course, coming tomorrow. Look at this action, though. This is something new. $2 Thursdays. Too good to be $2. But look what's happening. $2 admission. So if you've got friends maybe that haven't been to the track and they want to try it out, Thursday night will be perfect because it's cheap to get in. $2 domestic beers. You can get a Summit tap for $2. 2 for 1 hot dogs. There's a horseshoe toss that you can possibly be involved in and win $100. There's T-Rex racing. Tyrannosaurus Rex racing. How about that? It's all over the board on Thursdays. A DJ, too. Yeah, spinning exactly. Whatever he's spinning. I don't know. Right. It is a good intro night to the races, like you said. Even if you decide it's not your thing, it's not expensive to spend a night of fun together with your friends. So give it a shot and keep an eye on the calendar for all of those Thursdays that are upcoming at $2 for just about everything. And, of course, 2 for 1 hot dogs. And 2 stakes races tomorrow night as well on $2 night. There they are. The MQHRA Stallion Auction Futurity, a $57,000 race. It's kind of the Olmsted. They held trials a couple weeks ago, and that's where a group of there's a group of races, and the 10 fastest qualify. And for the final tomorrow night, Jason Olmsted qualified 7 of the 10. Well, do you have a strong opinion in there? If you have 7 to choose from, is there any certain one that sticks out to you? You always have a pulse on the barns back there, especially when it comes to quarter horses. I know they're your favorites. So any lean in either one of these 2 races or both? Well, we know the 2-year-old Hollywood ran the fastest qualifier, and she will be the favorite. McGregor, who I think is like 4 or 5 to 1, had some trouble at the start. Right next door. I would say it's those 2. Yeah, okay. 6, 7, all day. And then you got Beep Beep Rev Rev also. Beep Beep Rev Rev. Ooh, I think the Morehouse. Good taste defeat at the hands of her stablemate, but we'll get to more of that tomorrow. Now, if you want a taste of Canterbury, and that taste being wings and whiskey, you're in luck. You can come and join us on Saturday. Limited tickets left, correct, for the Taste of Canterbury? Yeah, these Taste of Canterbury events are pretty cool. It's our culinary team preparing different foods that pair with different alcoholic beverages, such as whiskey. What goes with whiskey? Wings. Everything, right? Oh, what doesn't go with whiskey? But Jim Beam presents that, and these are really cool events. You can get tickets, and there's still some remaining. You can get those online at CanterburyPark.com. But it kind of upgrades your racing experience. It's a lot of fun. I know Kevin Gorg will be there greeting people. We're going to have a jockey or 2 in the room to get a photo taken with the jockey, talk racing with them. So it's a cool event, great food, and even better drink. And that night, we've got some really cool racing, starting out with the Mr. Dale Turf Sprint. That's a nice race. Not huge fields, but some, who's been super impressive and yet to win? Thunder's Rock and Roll. I mean, has run her eyeballs out each and every time, only to run second or third. But the race is full of speed, and she's one-dimensional. Well, and maybe some redemption in order for a couple of these fillies who have run into some toughies in recent times. And you get Noel's Angel in there, too. I mean, a specialist at this sort of thing.
You never know when a horse like that can pull an upset. But like you said, small in quantity, still fun to handicap, though.
Super cool race. So is this, the Victor S. Myers. This is 3-year-old boys going 6 furlongs. It's kind of a prep for the Minnesota Derby, one of the biggest races each and every year. A field of 5. And you know who's really... This is Arjun for Cars. Has just been, I mean, none of us have had the horse. It went off at 3-2-1 going 7 furlongs, I think, somehow. And now all of a sudden this horse, who looked like it was probably going to be like a mid-level claimer type, could win this stake race. Well, it's an allowance, but I still call it a stake. It's a stake bite, as Mouse would call it.
Okay, all right, you overdid that one just a little bit. But you just decide whether you want to take one of the early developers from last year or one of the kind of late developers from this year. They all clash in there, but we get some more experienced members in the cast.
Beat her. Cupid's Crush in the Minnesota Turf Distaff. Never been beaten on the Canterbury Turf.
And difficult to beat given the outside post, too. I mean, she isn't a one-dimensional sort of horse. She showed that she's right back to where she left off. And with that speed towards the outside, options aplenty, and she will be very difficult to defeat in any sort of troublesome way. If anything is going to happen and she is going to take defeat, it's going to be something I don't see coming.
Well, unless it's retired Kathy, who has a little bit of redemption.
Maybe if she doesn't see her coming.
You don't see very often. The Beyer speed figure is a number that we use to measure how fast horses run. You know, here at Canterbury, if you get horses that run an 80, 85, that's a big number. Frosty View, a 100 Beyer speed figure. Joel Burnt, who's been training for quite a long time, trained a lot of nice horses, said he's never had a horse run a 100 Beyer speed figure before. Frosty View was absolutely gone last time out.
Oh, and he got a very hard race into him at Hawthorne as well. He followed through with a big win at Canterbury. We'll see how that stretches out, but then we go back to the main track, the Francis Genter.
Talk about speed, Carson Bay. That's what she is.
Well, that's what a lot of these are. Carson Bay does get the outside running. We just underlined how important that is. Some of the horses who are inside, maybe not so many decisions to make. They might just have to go before they'd really like to.
That's Saturday. It's Hall of Fame night. Sunday becomes a real zoo. Extreme race day with camels, ostriches, zebras, and all the other Pepsi Family Day events. Check that one out. And then we take a break. We're not going to race for 8 days because we've got the Ram Trucks Rodeo, July 18, 19, and 20. Again, tickets available online. You can upgrade your experience, get into Cowboy Alley. You can get a meal in there. You get some complimentary drinks. All those ticket options are available, but it's a genuine, authentic rodeo for 3 nights. If you need free pass performances, the things we use to handicap the races, at least the Steam team does, Bristnet.com. Just go to Bristnet.com. You can get free premium pass performances each and every day. No other track does that.
Well, there's the bet of the day right behind us. In race number 3, let's just go quickly through this one. I'm going to try and see if Joe Novogratz can pick up a win with Surly Furious. 1-4 with 2-4 for me. I did have his other horse, Honey Holler, linked into this double, and that was going to be the theme of it, but she is not running tonight, so we'll do this play for $8. If you'd like to make that yourself, just head to the window or head to a self-serve machine. Race 3, $2 double. There you go, 1-4 with 2-4.
I had a Surly Furious the other night. You think it was foreshadowing?
It very well could have been. Maybe we should grab one now and really manifest that one into happening.
The pick 5, 50-cent wager, 10% takeout, lowest in the entire nation. It's a really cool bet. You and Kevin both offer up some example wagers you could make. I know you've had success this year. Fun bet, lots of value.
Well, of course. How could it not? When we take less, give back into the payout, you know, that sequence, no matter where, would pay less than it would here because of the takeout rate. And remember, that starts in race number 2.
Lots of groups here tonight. Thanks for being here and joining us at Canterbury Park on a Wednesday. Racing is just 12 minutes away. The horses, they should be in the paddock right now. There they are in the saddling enclosure, getting ready to come up into the walking ring. That means our handicapping expert, Kevin Gorg, is taking a look. He'll come up with a winner for you, maybe an exacta or even a trifecta. I know he's fast on his feet, and he's going to find you some winners. Kevin, what do you got for us in the opener?
Well, I've got that horse right there on top. That's Pepper and Mint, looking good as we take a look at the horse flesh for the first time here on this beautiful Wednesday evening. Pepper and Mint looking good in the saddling enclosure. Chip Woolley there in the cowboy hat, Kentucky Derby winning trainer. And Pepper and Mint looks like a horse that's just been knocking at the door, right? Like just hanging right in there, back-to-back board finishes here at Canterbury. Feels like we're getting close to now or never time, but with her natural speed, I think she'll be in the race. 5 furlongs, I think, is the perfect distance for Pepper and Mint. I'm going to use her in my pick 5, but I can't single her. I don't have that kind of confidence in this race. These are state-bred maiden claimers at this 5 furlong distance. A lot of sharp handicappers I know are on Matole Princess. Really nice debut for Troy Bethke. Showed that patented speed, got caught late. Horses that debut and show speed and get caught late can make big improvements in start number 2, and the fans right now all over this horse. 2-1 on the good-looking Matole Princess for Troy Bethke. Troy had a nice win when we last raced, which was on Saturday. North Arm Bay came stampeding home at 9-2, so Troy's barn doing just fine. Matole Princess, the people's choice at 2-1. Certainly a horse to consider. Number 3 is Take Charge Lila. Valdez gets the call here. The blinkers go on. Another Troy Bethke horse. Turf to dirt is the handicapping angle, as is the class drop. But, boy, she'll need to show a lot more speed. That's probably why Troy has equipped the blinkers on Take Charge Lila. We'll see if that equipment change gets her into the race a little quicker. If she's in contention off that route race on the turf, she should be able to finish strong here in the first race. BL40 is the 4. Very generous 4-1. Surprised by that. The Oracle and Angela on this 4 BL40. How about the 2 workouts since her last start? A couple of bullet works. June 22nd, a 5 furlong bullet, and then validated that back last week on July the 2nd, another 5 furlong beauty. If you go back 2 starts of that maiden special weight effort opening weekend in May, probably good enough to win this race. For me, BL40 a must-use on the pick 5 for sure. I'm using 1 and 4 on my A ticket. Probably going to mix the 2 in there as well. Looking good in the paddock, as you can see right now on your screens, Matole Princess. But BL40 looks like a horse that can sit just off the pace and then try to pounce when they turn for home. 5 horse is Analine. Analine makes her racing debut for a sharp outfit. 30% trainer Cody Rosine, one of our best. Her daddy was Firing Line, and I remember him quite well because I bet him in the Kentucky Derby, and he ran a bang-up race. Ran into a Triple Crown winner that afternoon, if I remember, as Firing Line and Gary Stevens took the lead in mid-stretch. Here came American Pharaoh to mow that one down in the final football field. But certainly off those bloodlines, 30% trainer, Constantino Roman riding brilliantly in the saddle, some good workouts. The only thing I will say is not getting a lot of betting action. A little surprised by that at 7-1, but can't fault anybody who takes a swing with that 5 filly. Number 6 is Meredith for Extreme Racing. They spent $35,000 on this horse, so that really shouldn't be a problem that they're in for 30. I mean, if you buy a horse at an auction and spend $35 and you get a win in start 2 and you collect $30,000 off the claim, that's a profitable endeavor. And of course, it's Mac Robertson, it's Eddie G, Gallardo in the saddle, and Meredith right now at 7-2 is a very logical horse. Outside attack post, showed speed in her debut, and now career start number 2. You can expect even better. As you can see, this is a very balanced field from top to bottom, and if you're going to play the pick 5 and you're going to get serious and put some money into it, I think you have to spread here. This looks like a race where you could use at least 2, maybe 3 or 4 horses, and there's a good look at number 6, the Extreme Racing Stables Meredith, who looks very, very well prepared for her racing endeavors here this afternoon. Pick 4 starts in race 1. Pick 5 starts in race 2. Some great wagering options available. And a big card tonight. 8 races, all thoroughbreds, some nice turf racing. And the weather looks very conducive for a great week of racing at Canterbury. We race tonight, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. There is the set of analyst selections. We wish you good luck with your wagers. Get those pick 4 tickets built and in. They'll be at the gate in 7 minutes. Welcome to a Wednesday night of racing here at Canterbury Park.
And we have 2 minutes to race time. It's Wednesday, meaning Michelob Golden Lights are $5 all night. A racing evening. The product is provided by Apple Autos, Tri-State Bobcat, Loeffler, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, John Deere, Jim Beam, Pepsi, Quick Trip, and Anheuser-Busch. They've reached the starting gate. It's post time for a Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Welcome to our featured groups. They include Pemberton Homes, Entree Bank, Abdo, those here with the Zatavo Derby, Entirety Wealth Solutions, and Bremer Bank, a division of Old National Bank. Patrons on track, trying to make bank. Those of you taking in the signal nationwide, welcome. 8 for you, fast and firm. 50-cent pick 5. Race 2, nation low, 10% takeout. Pepper and Mint, 6-5 in favored. One out. Meredith. Final Minnesotan to go in. Right next to the firster, Annaline. A 6-pack, and here they come.
He's sitting down. Big O.
And they're racing. Mitoli Princess was off in last. Pepper and Mint flies out of the gate to the inside, but the firster, Annaline, has good early speed at 14-1, and Annaline pulls clear by a half. Pepper and Mint being restrained by the leading man to the inside. In fact, now he darts to the outside, a length and a half behind the pace-setting Annaline. 2.5, 3 behind that to Meredith. After that, we have a recovering Mitoli Princess to the inside of BL40, and the one in last is Take Charge, Lila, and they've reached the top of the stretch, and we have 2 locked in battle. It is Annaline to the inside of Pepper and Mint, and those 2 are in perfect harmony, but now Pepper and Mint takes the lead, tries to run away from this pesky firster. Behind them, BL40. They're into the final football field. Pepper and Mint at 3-5 from Annaline, who's resurgent, but Pepper and Mint is just too good. The first race, official, 154. Race 2 is 20 minutes from now. We're on a firm turf course for race 2, and the rail's all the way in. The second race is provided by Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park, and Comcast Xfinity and XfinityMobile.com. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Pepper and Mint, and Canterbury Park's leading rider, Harry Hernandez. The winning owners, Wyndonwood Farm, and the winning trainer, Benny Woolley Jr. Pepper and Mint is a 3-year-old brown filly by Enticed out of Chocolate Licorice. Bred in Minnesota by Wyndonwood Farm. 20 minutes from now, the Canterbury Park Pick 5. Nation low 10% takeout. Generally pays thousands. Play at 20 minutes from now. Welcome to CBY. And they're racing. Mitoli Princess was off in last. Pepper and Mint flies out of the gate to the inside, but the firster, Annaline, has good early speed of 14-1, and Annaline pulls clear by a half. Pepper and Mint being restrained by the leading man to the inside. In fact, now he darts to the outside, a length and a half behind the pace-setting Annaline. 2.5, 3 behind that to Meredith. After that, we have a recovering Mitoli Princess to the inside of BL40, and the one in last is Take Charge Lila, and they've reached the top of the stretch, and we have two locked in battle. It is Annaline to the inside of Pepper and Mint, and those two are in perfect harmony. But now Pepper and Mint takes the lead, tries to run away from this pesky firster. Behind them, BL40. They're into the final football field. Pepper and Mint at 3-5 from Annaline, who's resurgent, but Pepper and Mint is just too good.
It's pick 5 time, 14 minutes away from race number 2. And I'll quickly go through a ticket that starts with your big favorite. Head to single Philo Beto, and Philo Beto deserves to get any attention that goes his way. That's why he's even money, as his course over this that record over this local course is spectacular. Just the one loss, and it looks like he could rebound big time in the second race at a short price, unfortunately. Surly Furious and Lord Sheldon are going to be the 2 horses I'll use to try to get through race number 3. Both of them should be coming from off the pace, but Surly Furious goes out for a barn. That's 4 for 6 over the last 5 years here with only 4 horses. They just send the right sort of runners up here, and Surly Furious, I think, can get the job done for Joe Novogratz. 4 and 2 will be a change for me in race number 4, as I had the 7 on top, but now sub into the 2 and 4, Grace Darling, and my top pick, Joe Costa. I think they'll get pretty similar trips in there, pretty close to the front end. But when we go to the 7 furlong races, I've spread in these just because we're still learning a bit more about some of the tendencies of these 7 furlong races. But I tried to stick with inside posts and just couldn't. I thought this was too evenly matched of a field. So 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8 for me. And then I'll close it out with 4, 8, and 9. My top pick, Mighty Maddie, is my angle today. That's a pretty evenly matched bunch too, so I figured I'd stick with a few prices. But we'll see after the scratches where the money lies. If you want to make a pick 5, you got 13 minutes. And for a little bit more information on this upcoming second race, Kevin Gore gets in the paddock.
Yeah, thank you, Ange. Love that 10% takeout. Love that you're able to put together those tickets on a budget. And tonight, I think you can do that, and you can get through and score. And I think if you think the chalk is going to be prevalent tonight, which I do think in the first leg here, Philo Bedeau, the 2, is going to be a very popular selection, you can do a ticket for $3, $4 and isolate a couple of favorites that you believe are going to win, and then you can have multiple pick 5 winners when you share that kitty at the end of the rainbow. Or if you think Philo Bedeau on the turf maybe is vulnerable here, then maybe you spread here and you try to get lucky, because if this 2 loses, that's probably 50-60% of the tickets that end up in the recycling bin we call the garbage. So there are angles in play, no doubt about it, but let's handicap the race and let's formulate opinions and get those pick 5 tickets in. 10% takeout, you owe it to yourself to at least try. Number 1 is Speedy. His name is Lucky Smile. Gallardo gets the call for Valerie London. How about these numbers? 5 tries on the Canterbury turf, 4 for 5 in the top 2 placings. 80% in the exacta with that patented early speed inside post. I've seen worse shot in the dark. So, yes, the 2 is going to be a heavy favorite, but the 1 on paper makes all kinds of sense. Let's handicap the 2, though. Let's talk about this 3 to 5 shot. This is Philo Bedeau. He just flat out loves our turf course. 5 starts, 4 wins, and a second. So it's imposing when you look at this race to try to beat the horse. And he used to be kind of a 1-run speedball, but as he showed 2 starts ago, opening weekend, even after the gate trouble, where he kind of got left at the starting gate and lost 3 or 4 lengths, he can pass. He's that good. And so trip options for G-Rod. Martin Escobar's done a real nice job since taking over on this horse, and I would draw a line through that last start. He bobbled again at the start, and the Alligator Hunter is so sharp right now. There's no Alligator Hunters in this field, so Philo Bedeau is going to be tough to beat. If the 1 gets loose, then all bets could be off as far as my top selection goes, but I think Philo Bedeau will be right there when they turn for home, and his affection for this turf course is hard to overlook. Number 3 is Pat's Paddock pick. Constantino Roman gets the call here, and his turf numbers aren't there yet. This is his 2nd career try on the grass, but remember, he's a quick horse. He's knocked heads sprinting at places like Del Mar and Santa Anita, so there is some back class in those running lines. 4 is St. Charles, a Minnesota bred here, trained by Mikey Bugler. 2 of his 3 career wins on this turf course, has some nice early speed, and probably at age 6 needed that last start. He hadn't raced since way back in March. And so that start opening weekend probably got the rust off, and now with a nice workout since, I think Beeler's got this horse legged up and ready. And how about that price, too, at 12-1? St. Charles could definitely hit the ticket here at a nice number. 5 is Chromed Impulse. Betty Joe gets the call. Miss Williams rides for Nick Goodwin. Heck of an effort last time out in a race that was rained off of the turf. That was a main track win. But if you go back to this horse's last start on our turf course, it was in that Philo Bedeau Lucky Smile race opening weekend. And this horse was closing and beaten by less than 2 lengths. Absolutely, if the 1 and 2 hook up early, there's a case to be made for this 7-1 shot to come get all that money. Number 6 is Spitey War. Leslie Mowing gets the call for Lynn Rarick. Razor sharp. That win last time was so legit. I get it. It was $4,000 claimers. So who did he beat? But the way he won that race, the energy he showed in the stretch caught my attention. This is his turf debut. So when good barns like this switch surfaces off a win, I pay attention. Spidey War up on the board at a juicy 8-1. The pick 5 lid lifter. Oh, you gotta love turf racing, especially these turf sprints. They are so much fun to handicap. Get those bets in. And speaking of handicapping, why not download the First Bet app? It's simple. Stop by the info center on first level or third level. Download the app. Just like Venmo, you put money in. You can bet from your phone every time you're at Canterbury, all night long. And when you're done, you can take that money out. The First Bet app, all the sharps in the press box use it. You should too. The pick 5 and race number 2 coming up and coming at you next.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now, the highly anticipated and ballyhooed return of the best bugler in the country. He's Lynn Dykert. Welcome back, Sir Leonard Dykert. Great to hear you again. Great to see the horses heading to a firm turf course with the rail all the way in, and some hot pick 5 action with a nation low 10% takeout about 5 minutes from now. Bet more, win more.
Hello from the Winner's Circle, Canterbury. I've got an interesting different game today. We're going to be playing War down here in the Winner's Circle, and best 2 out of 3 is going to win a daily double pack and Canterbury cards. Now, of course, we have to meet our combatants. Who do we have playing today?
Kate.
Kate, and your opponent is?
Jeff.
Okay, now I've been told that Jeff is a pro War player, so you do have your work cut out for you, Kate, but whenever you guys are ready, take that first card and show it to the camera. Looks like we got an 8 versus a 2. Jeff, well, you came as advertised. You'll take that first one. You can have her card as well. Take that second card and show it, guys. Make a match of it, Kate. Oh, Jeff, you beat her right off the bat. Okay, the king takes the jack. I guess you are a pro. It only took 2. Show us that third one just for the heck of it. Did you? There wasn't a clean sweep. There you go. There you go. We got a 7 versus a 3, but you are the winner. That is quite the shirt. Now, how did you get so good at War?
I'm a father of 3.
There you go. I guess that's all the explanation that we need. Congratulations. You get a daily double pack of cards. Don't worry. We'll get some good prizes for you too, Kate. And thank you both for playing.
Thank you so
All
much.
right. There we go. We got the second race coming up in 2 minutes.
It's post time, turf time at Canterbury Park. As they move in line for this turf sprint, you can see our friends from Boardwalk Kitchen and Bar behind the gate. Taking a look at the load. Wonderful new food and beverage spot to hang out adjacent to the racetrack. Welcome to our friends from Boardwalk Kitchen and Bar, showing racing at CBY each and every day we race. Spidey War, one of 3 looking to win 2 in a row. Backs off. Spidey War, not in the gate yet. In. And they're racing. Chromed Impulse wins the start. Philo Beto, 2 from the rail, flashes speed, and so does Pat's Paddock pick off the layoff. Now on the inside, Lucky Smile comes blazing through, and 1 and 2 run away from 3 by 1. About 5 lengths behind that to St. Charles. That one is to the inside of Chromed Impulse, and Spidey War is 8 lengths rearmost. Lucky Smile trying to put a frown on the face of Philo Beto. Pat's Paddock pick would have to win 2 in a row from off the pace now. After that, we have St. Charles outside, Chromed Impulse beginning to run on, and Spidey Wars 4 lengths from it. Lucky Smile, Philo Beto stopped. Inside, St. Charles is firing, and on the outside, Chromed Impulse trying to win 2 in a row. Chromed Impulse at 6-1 has won 2 in a row. Number 5, Chromed Impulse, ran first. Photo for the rest. 56.17. Fast by Chromed Impulse. The numbers 5, 4, 3, 6. And the second race has gone official. Pick 5 begins with an upset. Exacta paid $146.90. I'll make that the Superfecta. Superfecta $146.90 for a dime. That $1 Exacta paid $189.60. 1-5 double, favorite 6-1 shot, $23.20. 50-cent trifecta, $845 for the 5-4-3 50-cent trifecta. Canterbury Park's turf course yields another upsetter. On to the third, and they travel 7/8. No scratches, no rider changes, and they'll be to the gate 23 minutes from now. As the pesky Chromed Impulse receives a well-deserved bath for his toil. We can remind you, Saturday is Taste of Canterbury. It's wings and whiskey. Sponsored by Jim Beam. Samplings of whiskey craft cocktails, whiskey-based cocktails from the full bar, and access to the delectable food pairings throughout the evening. It's this Saturday. It's Whiskey and Wings. Buy tickets in advance and save money. Whiskey and Wings, CanterburyPark.com. Into the winner's circle, Chromed Impulse and Betty Joe Williams. The winning owners are Thunder Stride Racing and the winning trainer, Nick Goodwin. Behold, Chromed Impulse. And they're racing. Chromed Impulse wins the start. Philo Beto, 2 from the rail, flashes speed, and so does Pat's Paddock pick off the layoff. Now on the inside, Lucky Smile comes blazing through, and 1 and 2 run away from 3 by 1. About 5 lengths behind that to St. Charles. That one is to the inside of Chromed Impulse, and Spidey War is 8 lengths rearmost. Lucky Smile trying to put a frown on the face of Philo Beto. Pat's Paddock pick would have to win 2 in a row from off the pace now. After that, we have St. Charles outside. Chromed Impulse beginning to run on, and Spidey Wars 4 lengths from it. Lucky Smile, Philo Beto stopped. Inside, St. Charles is firing, and on the outside, Chromed Impulse trying to win 2 in a row. Chromed Impulse at 6 to 1 has won 2 in a row.
a nice price in race number 2. And congratulations to Thunderstride Racing Betty Jo Williams getting up and drawing away on the turf. Now let's go back to the dirt. We go 7 furlongs for race number 3. Quite the talented group coming out for this one. Some vets, as I noted, as I was talking with Ryan up there, they just got saddled right up, and these are the pros. And I'm going to start with one of the more accomplished ones on the inside, that just being because of his earnings. Surly Furious. Holy cow, he has made over $600,000. This Novogratz charge is going to start here on our dirt for the first time, but Surly Furious has done some very good work on a synthetic surface. That has been really his specialty in recent times. This horse has not won on a dirt surface, but he has come awfully close. And Surly Furious has been facing off against some tough customers, no matter what surface he's been on. And in recent times, he has been running on dirt a couple of times, in fact, at Keeneland and down in Indiana. And I thought that Indiana race would set him up pretty well for this. It's not like he has a sprinter's kick, but you don't really need that at 7 furlongs. And in these races, and they are fairly new to us here at Canterbury with this new chute, I've been trying to take notice of some patterns, and one of those has been inside posts. And I think that even though Surly Furious won't be contesting the pace, I think that it's extra important for him not to fall too far behind with that inside draw, and I think that that will happen today. There's a lot of speed immediately to his right, that being Plain Talk and Street Warrior, but I'm going to start with Plain Talk. And Plain Talk is right now 8-1, but he comes out of 5 and 6 furlong races. This is going to be a bit of a stretch for him, and this one has done some very, very good local work. As opposed to Surly Furious, who's new here, Plain Talk is one that's done very, very well in the confines of Canterbury. He's done that with a couple of barns too, and Jose Silva Jr. has had him for a while now and has had some success with him down in Arizona and up here when he barely lost to the Alligator Hunter last time around. But he usually likes to be duking it out on the front end. So does the horse right next to him. He looks great down here in the paddock, though. Plain Talk does make a good impression. Street Warrior right next door likes to go early, too. This one was clear all the way last time in the slop, and that's how he picked up his 4th career win. He has done all of that good running at Canterbury as well. And on our dirt, Plain Talk has sometimes been a horse that's more versatile, does love a wet track. Street Warrior has been on dry, hasn't been on dry dirt since last year, so he'll get his opportunity today. But right now he's 4-1, and I would expect that price to probably come down. Right next door is Lord Sheldon. He is the stablemate of Plain Talk. This is the one that I was drawn to because he comes from just off the pace and he drew pretty well and gets a little cut back in distance. Last time he was behind Out of the Dark, the 6th horse in here, but it did take him a little while to get up there because he got stuck behind the pace. When they slowed things down early, Lord Sheldon had to move up between horses. He gave Out of the Dark all he wanted in the stretch. That one just held on because he is so game and got his 2nd win in a row. You don't lose much in defeat there, but now that these two are just 2 stalls away from each other in the gate, he'll have to work something out to try to turn the tables on him, but you will get a better price, I would imagine. Right now, that price is 6-1. Some money going to his stablemate, Mr. Who. Jeff and I talked about this in the pre-race show, some multi-packs from the Jose Silva Jr. barn. He's got 3 of them in here. Mr. Who is the one that I tried last time. He was the favorite. Mr. Who just came up with kind of a flat 3rd going a mile, so the cut back to 7 makes some sense for him. I just preferred Lord Sheldon because I think that if Mr. Who does want to get himself in the race, he might have to spend himself a little bit early. Out of the Dark on the outside, like I said, is looking for win number 3 in a row. Those last 2, he's been very close to the pace, but those paces are probably a touch slower than what he's going to see in here. He could lose a little ground in the process. But Kevin and Paul like him. He's another one that makes a good impression in the paddock, and that is the 6 of them that head out for race number 3. This one will take off in 9 minutes. If you want win, play, show, exactas, tries, supers, doubles, pick 3s, you are in luck. They are all available for your wagering pleasure in the 3rd. They'll go 7 furlongs shortly. They're headed to the track. I am going to try Mr. Surly Furious on the inside. For more on this card and a power play coming your way, Kevin Gore will be in the studio next.
And the horses are coming onto the track for this evening's third race to be contested at 7 furlongs on that fast main track. There are no scratches. There are no jockey changes. We offer exacta trifecta wagering here and superfectas at the gate inside 7 minutes. Good luck. It's Canterbury, it's Wednesday, and we are on the power play. Thank you, Tri-State Bobcat. I am going to look to sweep the racing week. We got off to a fantastic start. 8 for our first 11 in the power play. We've had heat, we've had scratches, we've had rain. We haven't had a winner in 2 weeks. We're now 8 for 15. We're going to turn it around tonight, and we love this play. This is race 5, number 7, Sir Sterling. We're going to look at a bevy of information that's going to make a case for a horse that should be around 4-1. Number 1, 5 of his 6 career wins here at Canterbury on our main track. Love that. Last time out, heartbreaking loss. Got caught by the likely favorite in this race, Armadoro. Now, we're going to go back to the 7 furlong speed angle. This horse seems to love 7 furlongs. Let's go back to a race last November, Delta Downs. They run some big-time money races there. Career best 88 speed figure on the engine at 7 furlongs. That is how this horse, I think, can win the race tonight. Now, these same front horses are going to be in the race. Both the 6 Capture the Time, and last time Sir Sterling was also the 7. But Secret Potion is out tonight, not in this race. And in my opinion, if you watch the replay, this 4-horse really pushed those front 2 along, setting it up for the eventual winner, who's this 2-ball back here. Pace was hot, 22-3, a little too quick for 7 furlongs tonight. With the 4 not in there, maybe the front markers can keep that pace to be a little more manageable, because when this horse is able to use that speed and turn for home, loose on the lead, then we have something. And that's what we're going to look for tonight. Kelsey Haar turning for home with the lead on a horse that just knows how to win, Sir Sterling, and he loves 7 furlongs, so the outside post gives us options. We know we're going to be 3, 4, 5-1, and we know when we turn for home, like we did last time, we're going to have a horse that's ready for battle. Got caught late last time. That won't happen tonight. The red light goes on. We score with the power play. Let's have some fun.
It's race time. Into the gate for the third, a 7-furlong race. Out of the dark, last in line. And the gate, and they're racing, and they've broken a line. Plain Talk is the gray out of the gate, very, very fast. Plain Talk and Street Warrior, they settle out 1-2, and it's Plain Talk linking up with the main track proper and heading up the barn side with a 1.5 length lead. Street Warrior lays second, about 4 clear from Surly Furious, and that one's to the inside of Lord Sheldon. Outside of them, Mr. Who. Then we come to Out of the Dark, who would have to win 3 consecutive from 10 lengths out of it. They have a half mile to travel, and it's Plain Talk and Fausto da Silva leading it at 4.5 to 1, and it's a lonely lead. Plain Talk 1.5, Street Warrior not asked for run and cruising in nicely. Street Warrior on the move to the outside of the speed, and said duo now has gone 7 clear from Surly Furious. Out of the Dark's running on from last, but still double digits out of it, and now the lead belongs to Street Warrior, and Street Warrior turns the corner with an ever widening lead. Surly Furious is rolling up to second on the outside. Then it's Out of the Dark and Lord Sheldon. Street Warrior leads it by 5 into the final football field. Surly Furious giving everything. Surly Furious got the money. Surly Furious from off the pace. Number 1, Surly Furious first, and it's official. 1-3-6-4 in race number 3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Surly Furious and Harry Hernandez. Novogratz Racing Stables owns Surly Furious and the winning trainer, Glenn Wismer. Race 4, 20 minutes from now. And we are back to a firm turf course for race number 4. Scratch number 7, Honey Hauler. Race 4, scratch number 7, Honey Hauler. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Plain Talk is the gray out of the gate, very, very fast. Plain Talk and Street Warrior, they settle out 1-2, and it's Plain Talk linking up with the main track proper and heading up the barn side with a 1.5 length lead. Street Warrior lays second, about 4 clear from Surly Furious, and that one's to the inside of Lord Sheldon. Outside of them, Mr. Who. Then we come to Out of the Dark, who would have to win 3 consecutive from 10 lengths out of it. They have a half mile to travel, and it's Plain Talk and Fausto da Silva leading it at 4.5 to 1, and it's a lonely lead. Plain Talk 1.5. Street Warrior not asked for run and cruising in nicely. Street Warrior on the move to the outside of the speed, and Set Duo now has gone 7 clear from Surly Furious. Out of the Dark's running on from last, but still double digits out of it, and now the lead belongs to Street Warrior, and Street Warrior turns the corner with an ever widening lead. Surly Furious is rolling up to second on the outside. Then it's Out of the Dark and Lord Sheldon. Street Warrior leads it by 5 into the final football field. Surly Furious giving everything. Surly Furious got the money. Surly Furious from off the pace.
Welcome back to the paddock. We get set now for race 4 on this beautiful turf course. We get set for a 4-day race week. We've got the big $2 deal tomorrow, $2 admission, 2 for 1 on the hot dogs. You got sodas, you got beers, you got it all. The wonder of it all. Head to CanterburyPark.com for details. We race tomorrow again at 5 o'clock. We come back Saturday at 5, and then Sunday, extreme day with camels, ostriches, zebras. It's going to be incredibly fun. And that's a family day Sunday at 1 o'clock. And then we take the rodeo break for 8 days. And so make it count this week with the 4-day race week, and let's fill the pockets with some great turf racing here at Canterbury. Let's handicap the 4th together. Fillies and mares traveling 7.5 furlongs on the lawn. Number 1 is Marisil's First. Leslie Molling, good long shot jockey, and he showed his stuff 2 starts ago with this horse. 14-1 winner. Showed speed, took them all the way. Last time out, much different race against tougher competition. Couldn't get the lead and didn't fire. But from this inside post, if Leslie's able to clear off, this is a horse to tab for your tries or superfectas at a big number. Number 2 is Grace Darling, the Irish bred. Constantino Roman for Joel Burnt, the Oracle, looking to get off the duck with Gracie here. Second off the bench, has knocked heads at places like Gulfstream, Keeneland, Churchill Downs. She's versatile, too. She can sit off, or like last time, she can go to the front. She's undefeated, 1 for 1 on the Canterbury turf, and she's getting bet, as I mentioned, at that 2-1 price. Number 3 is Too Practical, and this is De Silva for Mac Robertson. Don't see De Silva ride a lot of horses for Mac Robertson, but I would argue the all-time probably best trainer we've ever had at Canterbury, and this is one of the best jockeys we have in our stable right now. So good connections, good workouts. For me, the question mark lies in the layoff. We last saw this horse nearly a calendar year ago to the day. So the layoff, to me, will keep me off of Too Practical. But if I see De Silva and Mac Robertson in the winner's circle anytime, anywhere, it's not a surprise. Number 4 is my top pick in the race. I'm going to try Joe Costa for my friend Gary Shearer. The Q gets the call, and for me, it's a pace play. If everything was equal, I'm not sure this horse would be good enough, but the speed in this race is legit. The 1 has it, the 5 has it. I think the 8's going to have to go outside. This horse likes a pace in front of her, and if she gets that pace, I think she can come get the money. 3-2, a little too skinny for me on the win side, but I'll key this horse in the top 2 slots in my super. 5 is the speedy Shy Gallardo for Mac. So Mac's got a couple, and this is really one of his go-to riders. Has that speed, going to try to clear off. Is she faster than the 1? Maybe, but that inside post might give the 1 a leg up there. I think Shy, if she can clear off, if she's loose turning for home, she could be a problem. And you got Mac with his go-to rider at 8-1. That's conspicuous indeed. Number 6 is Up on the Edge. G-Rod gets the call for Mr. Tony Rengsdorf. She fits. I'm telling you, she's got good enough credentials. She can sit off the pace. I don't know if she's going to win, but I think the 6 is going to be a horse I'll use in my tries and supers. That's way too big a price at 9-1. And the mouse is down here to check out Irish Kitten. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Kelsey Haar gets the call, and this one, second off the bench, should be rolling into the race in the early stages. Just don't know about that post with the pace. And we'll see how it plays out for Miss Kelsey. There is the grid of selections, and we've got a good one here. This is a humdinger on the turf. 7.5 furlongs. Firm turf, beautiful night. Where else would you want to be? Race number 4, it's coming up, and it's coming at you. And yes, it is next.
SLD. And to the firm turf course for the 4th race, scratch number 7, Honey Hauler. 5 minutes.
Very quickly before we get to the 4th race, we're going to look ahead in the card and try to find a horse that I thought would be a pretty decent price, but there's a few scratches in her race. Nonetheless, we'll try to see if the 9, Mighty Maddie, can provide a little bit of value in the later part of the card. Now, Mighty Maddie gets the outside post, but like I mentioned, there are some scratches to bring her closer to the inside. And this is her recent form. Admittedly, it's not some of the best racing that she's put together in her life, but more importantly, these are her turf races. They're against Minnesota breds, and that's exactly what she's going to be doing today. Mighty Maddie, you can see, has won 2 of her last 3 races against Minnesota breds on the turf course, and she's usually a pretty healthy price. We're going to take a closer look at that September 14th race, where she did manage to pick up winners on the inside. I wouldn't be surprised if she does get this sort of trip today. Even though she has the outside post, she does have some speed to her inside that might go out there and make things at least moderate and solid early, if not fast. And Mighty Maddie is not afraid to rally inside of horses like she did that day. And she pulled an upset that afternoon over a horse named Northern Angel, who was drawn into this exact same field. Maybe she can do it again. We'll find out in the 6th with the 9, Mighty Maddie.
It's post time. Into the gate for race number 4. Our starter, Oscar Quitos, has a wonderful, wonderful gate crew, including Martine, who's celebrating his 40th birthday today. Happy birthday, Martine. Moving in. Too practical. Shy up on the edge. And Irish Kitten adjacent to Vold. And they're racing. Another perfect start. Mare Sills First is first under the wire for the first time. Mare Sills First in a pace battle early, though, with the Irish Grace Darling. And those two speed up around the corner and put 5, maybe 6 on the next two. That is Shy to the outside of 2, Practical. After that, we have Irish Kitten to the outside of Joe Casta. And the one in last is up on the edge, trying to win 2 in a row from 10 out of it. Mare Sills First wanted that lead and got it. Mare Sills First with Leslie Mowing by 1 as the pace slows down with about a half mile to go. And Mare Sills First still leads it by 1, maybe 1.5. Grace Darling looking to win 2 in a row in second. After that is Joe Costa beginning to emerge on the inside. The rider has the pink sleeves to the inside of 2, Practical, looking to win 3 in a row, but unseen for a year and passed by Shy. Behind them up on the edge, then it's Irish Kitten swinging into action. All 7 separated by 7 as they come charging down the Canterbury Park turf course. Mare Sills First still shows the way at 25-1. Now on the inside, here's Joe Costa. Joe Costa, the even money favorite, rallies to the lead. Irish Kitten at 25-1, finishing fast on the outside. But the People's Choice, Joe Costa wins. Put a Q around race 4. Number 4, Joe Costa, first. Who dat? Photo for the rest. The numbers 4, 1, 8, 2. Favorite long shot for the trifecta. Fourth race. Official. Exact of 53.30. That's for a buck with the even money favorite winning. 50-cent trifecta, 116.70. For 50 cents, even money shot wins. 10-cent superfecta, 103.12. A 1-4 double from race 3 paid $18.80. Our second to pick 3 today, $84.60 for a buck. And the first pick 4 paid $95.75. Favorite wins race 4, but it's the Canterbury Turf. Big Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta payoffs. Race 5, Fast Main Track. Pick 4 wagering on the final 4 live races today. And we have no scratches or rider changes in the 5th, which is provided by Pepsi. Proud sponsor of Pepsi Family Day every Sunday at CBY. And we also thank John Deere. And remind you, Sunday, very popular day, especially for the kids, it's Extreme Day. Camels, ostriches, and zebras race on the main track between live horse racing. We have Family Day activities provided by Pepsi. Kids run on the dirt track following the final live race, and it all begins at 1 o'clock. Sunday, Extreme Day. CanterburyPark.com to get tickets. Into the winner's enclosure, Joe Costa and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owners, Robert Bernack and Ken Santel. And the winning trainer, who dat? Gary Shearer. Who dat? They're racing. Another perfect start. Mare Sills First is first under the wire for the first time. Mare Sills First in a pace battle early, though, with the Irish Grace Darling. And those two speed up around the corner and put 5, maybe 6 on the next 2. That is Shy to the outside of 2, Practical. After that, we have Irish Kitten to the outside of Joe Casta. And the one in last is up on the edge, trying to win 2 in a row from 10 out of it. Mare Sills First wanted that lead and got it. Mare Sills First with Leslie Mowing by 1 as the pace slows down with about a half mile to go. And Mare Sills First still leads it by 1, maybe 1.5. Grace Darling looking to win 2 in a row in second. After that is Joe Costa beginning to emerge on the inside. The rider as the pink sleeves to the inside of 2, Practical, looking to win 3 in a row, but unseen for a year, and passed by Shy. Behind them up on the edge, then it's Irish Kitten swinging into action. All 7 separated by 7 as they come charging down the Canterbury Park turf course. Mare Sills First still shows the way at 25-1. Now on the inside, here's Joe Costa. Joe Costa, the even money favorite, rallies to the lead. Irish Irish Kitten at 25-1, finishing fast on the outside. But the People's Choice, Joe Costa wins. Put a Q around race 4. Of Peppermint, and those two are in perfect harmony. But now Peppermint takes the lead, tries to run away from this pesky firster. Behind them, BL40. They're into the final football field. Peppermint at 3-5 from Annaline, who's resurgent, but Peppermint is just too good. From off the pace now. After that, we have St. Charles outside, Chromed Impulse beginning to run on, and Spidey Wars 4 lengths from it. Lucky Smile, Philo Beto stopped. Inside, St. Charles is firing, and on the outside, Chromed Impulse trying to win 2 in a row. Chromed Impulse at 6-1 has won 2 in a row. Street Warrior, and Street Warrior turns the corner with an ever-widening lead. Surly Furious is rolling up to second on the outside. Then it's Out of the Dark and Lord Sheldon. Street Warrior leads it by 5 into the final football field. Surly Furious giving everything. Surly Furious got the money. Surly Furious from off the pace. Charging down the Canterbury Park turf course. Mare Sills first, still shows the way at 25-1. Now on the inside, here's Joe Costa. Joe Costa, the even money favorite, rallies to the lead. Irish Kitten at 25-1, finishing fast on the outside. But the People's Choice, Joe Costa wins. Put a Q around race 4.
Joe Costa, the People's Choice, stampedes them in the stretch on the lawn. We go back to the main track. Really cool distance of 7 furlongs. Love these races that come out of the chute, kind of to the right there of the grandstand. They make their bend around a couple of turns, and post position matters. Pace certainly matters. And this looks like one of the best betting races on the card tonight, plain and simple. There is some depth to this race, so let's get right to it. Number 1 is Coastal Kid. The connections have been lethal all season long. It's Jose Silva with his go-to guy, Fausto da Silva, in the saddle. They're awesome together. The horse has stalking speed, not in great form right now, off back-to-back fourth-place finishes, but I think this is a horse that could save every inch of ground and at a big price could hit the try or super. The value to me right now on the board is the 2. Now, my top pick is the 7, and I'm not backing down on the power play, but I really thought the 2 would go off as the favorite. Looks like the most likely winner on paper. You've got Lopez, you've got Wade Rarick. The Rarick barn really starting to heat up in the middle portion of our card. And the horse beat my Sir Sterling fair and square last time and should get a similar trip with the 2 front markers entered back in. I love the post draw just like last time. So in my opinion, if you're going to put together a try and super, for me, it's impossible to leave off Arma de Oro. Number 3 is Classified. This is the horse getting all the early money. Mac Robertson with Valdez. Interesting that Harry Hernandez jumps off. This is the horse that was claimed for over $60,000 back in April over at Oaklawn Park. Disappointed as the heavy favorite in the Canterbury debut, but looked much better last time, finishing second. It's going to be off the pace figures, to be honest, and right now the 2-to-1 choice. 4 horses taking some money at 7-to-1. This is 10th Street Don. Roman for Valerie Lund. Has a win on the Canterbury main track. Is a closer that should be rolling late. And not the worst shot in the dark here. If you're going to play some long shots in the super, and look at that last race with the favorite winning. You saw 25-to-1 and 26-to-1 fill out the trifecta. That 50-cent trifecta last race with the even money favorite still paid over $100. So don't be afraid of horses like 10th Street Don. If you're going to play a try or super, he should be rolling late. 5 is Triple Pass. Lynn Rarick with Leslie Mowing. A win, a second, and a win in the last 3 starts. So the horse is in good form. That's the good news. The tough news is this horse did so against slightly softer competition. So we're going from the shallow end to the deep end in terms of depth of talent. But you can't fault the form the horse is in. Razor sharp right now and has good versatility. He likes to sit off, but I don't think he'll be too far back here at 5-to-1. 6 is Capture the Time. To me, this horse is the X factor in terms of the pace. I'm on the 7. I'm a big fan of the 7, but Capture the Time is going to be a thorn in my side if you watch this race unfold on paper, because the 6 and the 7 both want to go. If either one can separate, they could be a problem. I just don't know if the 6 can get away from the 7. 13-to-1 tells the story. Let's talk about Sir Sterling. He loves 7 furlongs. He's blessed with speed. He has 6 career wins, and 5 of them are here in Shakopee at Canterbury. Can he survive the pace with the 6? At 7 furlongs, Kelsey is going to have to save some horse for the final furlong. Arma de Oro caught this horse last time, and now you've got the monster that Max sends out here, Classify, who figures to be rallying late as well. The key to me is when Kelsey moves, and can she get loose when they turn for home? I think she does, and I think she wins, and she's nearly 5-to-1. Number 8 is Dr. Storm. Gallardo gets the call here. Turf to dirt. Big-time credentials, good speed figures, and like the 2 and 3, a proven closer that should be rolling in the late stages. What a great handicapping puzzle to try to solve, and there's so many ways to bet it, including the late pick 4, which starts right here. Love the pick 4 at Canterbury. It's an awesome race. It's at 7 furlongs. The combatants have left the paddock. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Old Sir Leonard Diker brings them onto the racetrack for the 5th. They go 7/8. Second 7/8 race today. The first yielded a track record. No scratches, no rider changes here for the 5th race. It's 5 minutes from now.
Hey, huh?
It's not my birthday.
I thought it was. I was misled, but you're going to Blue Oyster Cult. How do you feel?
Good, great, let's do it.
All right, there's going to be no musical chairs there, but trust me, you're going to have a lot of fun. All right, congratulations, Tim. Good work. You're a pro at musical chairs.
Perfect, thank you.
If you want to join them, if you want to join any of these guys, they're a lot of fun, and they're going to be at Blue Oyster Cult. Check out CanterburyPark.com.
Let the 5 get a little closer.
It was a little bit annoying last time.
It's race time. Dr. Storm goes in. Here they come. 2 and 5, Rambunctious. Number 5, Triple Pass, has unseated rider Leslie Mowing. Now Leslie bounced out of it okay. Triple Pass, however, is looking to regain his composure. Now 10th Street Dawn no longer wants to be next to Triple Pass. Either just capture the time. They both back out. Triple Pass has found a way to turn around in his stall. And they're going to get him out. So number 5, Triple Pass, will come under track veterinarian supervision. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, number 5, Triple Pass, has been scratched. Scratch number 5, Triple Pass, from race number 5. Now, that triggers refunds for number 5, Triple Pass, on all win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and daily double wagers. Those beginning in race 5, involving number 5, Triple Pass. Pick 3, 4, and 5 wagers involving the scratched number 5, Triple Pass, will head to the starting favorite in race number 5. If you had a double wager from the winner of race 4, number 4, Jocasta, you will receive a consolation payoff to number 5, Triple Pass. Number 5, Triple Pass, is a late scratch from race number 5. Now, the stewards and the starting gate crew have taken the other 7 out of the gate. They're milling about adjacent to the starting gate. So if you had a wager on number 5, Triple Pass, and you would like to get your refund now and or re-wager, you'll have a couple of minutes to do that, but you better hurry. Number 5, Triple Pass, is out.
Stewards, are we okay to load? Yeah, let's do it.
El mío ganó del Chelsea y salió.
All right, back into the gate now for race number 5. Classify is 2-1. Sir Sterling 2.5 to 1. Arma Doro 3 to 1. Here is the Minnesotan Sir Sterling. And Dr. Storm back into the gate. Classify still 2 to 1. 7 battle now. And they're racing. Very, very slow beginning for Sir Sterling. Sir Sterling outlast already 8 lengths out of it. Now, Coastal Kid flashes good speed to the inside. Outside of that, Capture the Time, looking to capture the lead. Classify is fast at 2 to 1, and Classify battles for the lead. After that, Armadoro, the rider has the white helmet cover, strolling up to the outside of Coastal Kid and to the inside of Dr. Storm. The Doctor's looking to win 2 in a row. Behind them, 10th Street Dawn and the well-supported, slow-starting Sir Sterling. 8 lengths from the lead. They head into the far turn, and it's Classified tugging them along by a head, pressured by Capture the Time. Arma Dioro's making a sharp move. That's the 2 just off the heels of the leading Classify, and outside of that, Dr. Storm is circumnavigating into action. Coastal Kid about 4 lengths from it, and 5 clear from Sir Sterling and 10th Street Dawn, and now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Classify says you better catch me if you want to get the money, and Classify and Felipe Valdez with an impressive burst of speed have opened up by 3. Coastal Kid rolling into second. The bookender Dr. Storm is third, but nobody's beating Classify on the wrong lead but the right place, the winner circle. Number 3, Classify, ran first. Final time 122.74. The fastest 7-furlong race we've run the last season and change at Canterbury Park. No need to check, Carlisle. 122.74. Track record for 7/8. Photography for the rest. The numbers 3, 1, 8, 2. Now, Classified was favored, so if you had number 5 Triple Pass, the late scratch, in a pick 3, 4, or 5, you did receive the starting favorite and winner, Classify. Canterbury's 5th race has gone official. Pick 3 paid $28.30. Exacta, Barbara Walters, 2020. Superfecta, $28.68 for a dime. And the trifecta, 318, $57 and change for 50 cents. On to race number 6. This begins the pick 3 on the final 3 live races today. Back to a firm turf course for race number 6. Scratch numbers 2, I'm So Funny, 5, Pearl Button, and 6, Sky Kid. Race 6 provided by Kim Crawford, official partner of Canterbury Uncorked and Concerts in the Park. We also thank Hormel and Tri-State Bobcat. Canterbury Park also thanks its hotel partners, all within walking distance: Fairfield Inn and Suites, Hampton Inn and Suites, Holiday Inn Express, and Sandalwood Suites. Into the winner's circle, Classify and Felipe Valdez. The winning owner, John Mentz, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. And they're racing. Very, very slow beginning for Sir Sterling. Sir Sterling outlast already 8 lengths out of it. Now, Coastal Kid flashes good speed to the inside. Outside of that, capture the time, looking to capture the lead. Classify is fast at 2-1, and Classify battles for the lead. After that, Armadoro, the rider has the white helmet cover, strolling up to the outside of Coastal Kid and to the inside of Dr. Storm. The Doctor's looking to win 2 in a row. Behind them, 10th Street Dawn and the well-supported, slow-starting Sir Sterling. 8 lengths from the lead. They head into the far turn, and it's Classify tugging them along by a head, pressured by Capture the Time. Armadillo's making a sharp move. That's the 2 just off the heels of the leading Classify, and outside of that, Dr. Storm is circumnavigating into action. Coastal Kid about 4 lengths from it, and 5 clear from Sir Sterling and 10th Street Dawn, and now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Classify says you better catch me if you want to get the money, and Classify and Felipe Valdez with an impressive burst of speed have opened up by 3. Coastal Kid rolling into second. The bookender Dr. Storm is third, but nobody's beating Classify on the wrong lead but the right place, the winner's circle.
Well, we had some strange goings on at the starting gate in that 7-furlong shoot. First, the 5-horse is scratched, and then my Kelsey Haar and my little power play get left in the gate looking for speed, left in last, and Classify makes no mistakes up front. That claim down at Oaklawn Park for over $62,000, starting to look like a pretty good claim, as that horse was awesome tonight in victory, beating a really good field and doing so pretty comfortably. We move on to race 6, final 3 races on the dance card. Fun little turf race to handicap. These are fillies and mares bred right here in Minnesota, and they're running for nearly $30,000 in this attractive allowance race. We'll start with number 1, Where's Maryland? Well, last year she was in the winner's circle at 17-1. She's stretching out. She's never been on the grass, but I'll tell you what, she's got the bloodlines to handle this, and she has looked fantastic. I watched her getting saddled earlier. She's got some bounce in her step now out in the paddock. Her ears are up. She looks just the picture out here in the paddock. Where's Maryland? Did it last year as a long shot. She's getting bet right now. 12-1 morning line set by a pro. She's less than half of that at 5-1. And, man, does she make an impression on me. My top pick, though, is going to be the 3. She's been there and done that. That's Northern Angel. G-Rod gets the call for Cody Rosine. The 5 second-place finishes are pesky, but she's had a couple of rough trips, and I think this 7.5 furlongs hits her right in the sweet spot, and she looks good, too. She's not showing a lot of sweat. It's a very warm, humid night out here, and Northern Angel, if she can put her A-game out there, I don't see anybody else that can beat her, but she needs her A-game because this field does have some depth to it. Number 4 is Vintage Port. Santiago gets the call. This is the other Cody Rosine production. Comes off a nice maiden-breaking score on this turf. That was first-time Lasix, so 1 for 1 with Lasix matters. Speed figures will need to improve, but with a lightly raced horse, that is certainly possible, and she's 10-1. We move on to number 7 here. This is Baby Doll Peach. There's a couple horses that benefited from the scratch of number 6, Sky Kid, because Sky Kid, to me, looked like the speed of the speed. And both the 7 and 8 have early speed, so they welcome a scratch of some of that speed. This horse is 7-1. She's third off the bench, and I tell you, she fits here, and it's Joel Burnt. And so Joel Burnt at a price absolutely makes sense. And you're seeing the 9 right now on your screen. Permission from the stewards for the 9, Mighty Maddie, to go out there early, and there she goes. Number 8 is Factor That, good-looking gray, 5-year-old that's 2 for 21, and she can fly out of the gate. We'll see if Harry Hernandez can ration that speed. It's one of his many, many skills in the saddle, is getting horses to slow things down up front. He'll have to do that with Factor That if she'll live up to the name come the final 100 yards. And I got to tell you a true story. My middle daughter's name is Maddie. Today is her 28th birthday, and she's on the road for work, but she's watching over at CanterburyPark.com on the live feed. Happy birthday, Maddie. I will put that money in. I'm going to bet Mighty Maddie for my daughter. She is all excited to watch her namesake get back on the grass. This horse is 0 for 11 on the dirt, but now she's back on the turf where she's 2 for 14. I think she's got a puncher's chance on middle daughter Maddie's 28th, 8-1 up on the board. It's race number 6. It's 7.5 furlongs on the grass. There you see the group of handicappers. And you can tell by those picks, it's very spread out. Who do you like? Get your bets in now. They'll be at the gate inside 8. You're enjoying a beautiful night from racing right out here at Canterbury Park.
It's race time. Into the gate for race number 6. Northern Angel, even money. Last in, Mighty Matty. And they're racing. Factor that with Harriet, 2.5 to 1. Jump out to the early lead. Where's Maryland in the turf debut is prominent. Then we come to Baby Doll Peach at 10 to 1. Baby Doll Peach very sharp in the early stages. And as they corner, Factor that had some trouble with the turn. And Baby Doll Peach is taking the lead. Now Northern Angel moves up to third, about 4 lengths behind the tearaway leader. Baby Doll Peach grabs the lead, and as they head up the barn side, it opens up a 5-length advantage. Mighty Matty's to the outside of Wares, Maryland. Then after that, Vintage Port last in 10 lengths rearmost. They zoom into the far turn, chasing the upset-minded Baby Doll Peach. And the Peach leads it by 5. Factor that lays second to the outside of Northern Angel. Then it's Mighty Matty, 7 from the front. Where's Maryland, 8 out of it, about to be put in last by Vintage Port, who's on the move. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and they're still chasing Baby Doll Peach. Baby Doll trying to come up like a big girl at a big price. Baby Doll Peach leads it by 2.5. Factor that's going to give her a try to the outside. Even farther out, Vintage Port finishing fast with Northern Angel. Factor that, Baby Doll Peach. Northern Angel spreading the wings to the outside of Factor that. And Northern Angel refuses to head south and wins. Number 3, Northern Angel. First, it's 3-4-8-7, and it's official. On to the 7th race, and back to the turf course. Race 7, the Wednesday penultimate. Scratch number 3, Thick Haze. Race time about 20 minutes from now. Into the winner's circle, Northern Angel and Guillermo Rodriguez. The winning owners, Cam Malum's North Star Stables. And the winning trainer, Cody Rosine. Northern Angel is a 4-year-old brown filly by War Commander out of Angel in Lace. Bred by the winning owners, North Star Stables. Race 7 is provided by Quick Trip and By the Yard. And they're racing. Factor that with Harry at 2.5 to 1. Jump out to the early lead. Where's Maryland in the turf debut is prominent. Then we come to Baby Doll Peach at 10 to 1. Baby Doll Peach very sharp in the early stages. And as they corner, Factor that had some trouble with the turn. And Baby Doll Peach is taking the lead. Now Northern Angel moves up to third, about 4 lengths behind the tearaway leader. Baby Doll Peach grabs the lead, and as they head up the barn side, opens up a 5-length advantage. Mighty Maddie's to the outside of Wares, Maryland. Then after that, Vintage Port last and 10 lengths rearmost. They zoom into the far turn, chasing the upset-minded Baby Doll Peach, and the Peach leads it by 5. Factor that lays second to the outside of Northern Angel. Then it's Mighty Maddie, 7 from the front. Where's Maryland, 8 out of it, about to be put in last by Vintage Port, who's on the move. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and they're still chasing Baby Doll Peach. Baby Doll trying to come up like a big girl at a big price. Baby Doll Peach leads it by 2.5. Factor that's going to give her a try to the outside. Even farther out, Vintage Port finishing fast with Northern Angel. Factor that Baby Doll Peach. Northern Angel spreading the wings to the outside of Factor that, and Northern Angel refuses to head south and wins.
All right, welcome back to the paddock. We get set for the late double. Looking forward to a humdinger on the turf. We looked at the card in its balance a couple hours ago and thought this was the best betting opportunity on the card. Turf racing this year at Canterbury, and we're halfway through the meet. The average $2 win bet on a horse on the turf this season is up over $15. So that's 6-7 to 1 on average. So we just saw a big chalk win. I think we're due for a price, and it could happen right here in race 7. Let's get lucky together. Number 1 is Crafty King. Constantino Roman for David Van Winkle, third off the layoff. If you go back in the past performances, I like horses like this that are hinting at a form cycle going up. If you look at the replay last race, the horse made a big middle move, was way back early, and all of a sudden around the far turn was up to fourth, only 3 lengths off the lead. To me, that horse looks like a horse on paper that's cycling in the right direction. The advantageous inside post, Canterbury Hall of Fame trainer, and you look up at the board and see 16 to 1, you start to get excited about a try or superfecta that might pay a little bit. Number 2 is Glendale. G-Rod gets the call for Joe Roberts. It depends on if you're a glass half empty person or a glass half full. 9 starts on our turf course. If the glass is empty, 0 for 9 on the turf is pesky, but 6 for 9 in the trifecta. This was very productive for Glendale. If I'm going to build a super ticket, I'm going to use this horse at 14 to 1. We scratched the 3. That's a major scratch, big-time contender. We move to the 4, Heat and Retreat. I think this will end up being the favorite. Silva, De Silva, seen the movie, second off the layoff, best speed figures on turf. This horse looks really good down here in the walking ring, almost as good as Johnny the Mouse's pizza that he just gobbled down in about 45 seconds here. Very, very good-looking horse is Heat and Retreat. And I like the versatile style. I think this horse will be near the front, but doesn't need the lead. A must-use for me in the tries and supers, and the price is that 3 to 1 number. War Chest is the 5. Bridge Mahan, we call him the sod surgeon up in the press box. You watch this guy on the turf. He's so good. 10-year-old horse. 5 of this horse's 13 career wins on the Canterbury lawn. Has a decent closing kick. There's just a lot to like about War Chest, and including that price right now at 5 to 1. 6 is It's a Boy. Leslie Mowing gets the call for Bruce Sanderson. 0 for 12 on the Canterbury turf. That's pesky for me. I wrote down Nibbler when I studied the races about 4 days ago, so maybe underneath in the tries and supers might be an option. 7 horse here, 12 to 1, My Calante, Zeke Laura, Joe Roberts, 10 tries on the Canterbury turf, 8 for 10 in the trifecta. Track Phantom, one of the best national handicappers on the planet, has this horse on top. And if the Phantom's got this horse on top at 12 to 1, there's no way I'm building my superfecta without My Calante. 8 is El Joy. How about Oracle and Paul Allen both touting this horse? And how about the fans believing? They're betting this one. El Joy getting pounded at the windows off a 6th place finish. Now, the class drop is significant. Faced much better last time out. And I am on the 9. Troy Bethke's got his winner's circle outfit on. His horse has lone speed. Gallardo is so very good at getting horses out of the gate and putting them into the position they need to be. I look for Angel's Magic to be loose as a goose. 3 to 1 up on the board. Troy and I cashed together in the nightcap over the weekend on Saturday. We're going to cash again here with lone speed on Angel's Magic. Congratulations to the owner, Karen Offerman. She goes into the Canterbury Park Hall of Fame on Friday night. You can leave with more money than you came with if you find the late daily double. It's Dr. Dan's late double. 2 more races to go. Turf racing at Canterbury coming up. Turf racing at Canterbury is next.
And to the firm turf course for race number 7, scratch number 3, the K's. Howdy, y'all. Welcome to the Canterbury Park Press Box. Howdy, y'all. Everybody ready for the rodeo in a week? We are here at CBY Track Flack. We can't wait. And the Chaser can't wait to hit a win bet here in race number 7. Now, this is courtesy of Crown Royal. And the Chaser is going back to his roots, the lifeblood of racing all over the place. $7,500 claimers on the turf. The Chaser can't lose at a level like this on a surface like that. In fact, races like this throughout the history of Canterbury Park have been so prominent, so dominating, and so memorable. We should name races like this, say, the Mr. Wensleydale, or maybe the Chocolate Ice Cream, or who knows, maybe the Sunny Smack. Now, the Chaser has sniffed out an elite angle here. The win bet's going to go right here on number 8, L Joy. Here's the deal. The leading trainer has 2 horses in this race, and the one that probably will be least preferred is number 8, L Joy. The Chaser sniffed that out a mile away. My work is done. Yours has just begun. It's race time. There in the gate. And they're racing, and they've broken a perfect line. War Chest, the 10-year-old, won the start at 4.5-1, but now My Calante grabs the lead for a second as Angel's Magic, the speedy Minnesotan at 2-1, grabs the lead and runs away by 3. And as they corner for the first time, Angel's Magic with the pedal to the metal opens up a 5-length lead. My Calante is in second to the outside of Heat and Reheat. That 8-year-old's about 5-6 lengths out of it, and to the inside of stablemate El Joy. 2.5 behind that to Crafty King. That one is outside of Glendale and about 7 lengths from the front. It's a Boy, the 9-year-old, second last as the pace slows down. Angel's Magic coyly slows down, and now the field is separated by just 8 lengths. Into the far turn they go. Angel's Magic by 1, and now there are several looming right behind Angel's Magic. Heat and Reheat to the inside, and on the far outside, Crafty King's making a crafty move at 20-1. Crafty King goes up to second, but Angel's Magic still leads it by 1 apiece. Between them, Heat and Reheat. El Joy's tapping the brakes. Glendale is badly blocked. Outside of that, It's a Boy is 5 lengths from the lead, and War Chest has tailed off. Angel's Magic trying to sail wire to wire. Crafty King at 20-1 means business. Crafty King trying to run down the bookender, but Angel's Magic has more left in the tank, and Angel's Magic sails wire to wire. Nine, Angel's Magic first. 9-1-2-7. 20-1 shot in second. 11-1 shot in third. Second choice wins. Unofficial. Big screen. Out of retirement and out of Canterbury Park, AI. Allen Iverson. Bubba Chuck has joined us. And the 7th race has gone official. 20 minutes from now, the 8th, the lucky last, 5 battle, scratch number 1, North Cut. And number 6, Paretto's Principal is now ridden by Carlo Lopez. Into the winner's enclosure, the speedy Angels Magic. Congratulations, Karen Offerman, the winning owner. Karen heads into the Canterbury Park Hall of Fame Friday night. She owns Angels Magic, who was bred in Minnesota by Pete Matson, the winning jockey Eduardo Gallardo, and the winning trainer Troy Bethke. Angels Magic is a 6-year-old brown gelding by Magician out of Angel of Troy. 8th race, 19 minutes from now. And they're racing, and they've broken a perfect line. War Chest, the 10-year-old, won the start at 4.5 to 1, but now Mike Calante grabs the lead for second as Angels Magic, the speedy Minnesotan at 2 to 1, grabs the lead and runs away by 3. And as they corner for the first time, Angels Magic with the pedal to the metal opens up a 5-length lead. Mike Calante is in second to the outside of Heat and Reheat. That 8-year-old's about 5-6 lengths out of it, and to the inside of stablemate El Joy. 2.5 behind that to Crafty King. That one is outside of Glendale and about 7 lengths from the front. It's a Boy, the 9-year-old, second last as the pace slows down. Angels Magic coyly slows down, and now the field is separated by just 8 lengths. Into the far turn they go. Angels Magic by 1, and now there are several looming right behind Angels Magic. Heat and Reheat to the inside, and on the far outside, Crafty King's making a crafty move at 20 to 1. Crafty King goes up to second, but Angels Magic still leads it by 1 apiece. Between them, Heat and Reheat. El Joy's tapping the brakes. Glendale is badly blocked. Outside of that, It's a Boy is 5 lengths from the lead, and War Chest has tailed off. Angels Magic trying to sail wire to wire. Crafty King at 20 to 1 means business. Crafty King trying to run down the bookender, but Angels Magic has more left in the tank, and Angels Magic sails wire to wire. Nine, Angels Magic first.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you to tag team the Paddock here with this 5-horse Bonanza Northcutt. The one is scratched. Carlo Lopez picks up the mount on Paretto's Principle. And as I looked at this race, typical of a 5-furlong dirt race, every single horse in the gate has early speed. Something's got to give, right?
Well, right. And little things are going to make a big difference because somebody is just going to outlast the others, at least on paper. And I think that we all agreed on who that is. But why don't we start with Schmooze on the inside? Because I really thought that he started off his Canterbury campaign this year with a bang. Things just haven't gone the same since then. And being the innermost drawn at the speed, not usually advantageous.
No, his hands are tied, and he's going to have to get loose. The good news for Schmooze is the barn is going well. Troy Bethke won the nightcap over the weekend, comes off a nice win in race 7 on Angel's Magic. Schmooze, though, is going to have to really hustle out of the gate because I just see other speed, specifically Happy Hour Bobby right next door. Now, the advantage that Happy Hour Bobby has over Schmooze is he's just flat out been facing better competition. You see the Crocodile Hunter in the mix there, Lemon Meringue, some nice ones. But I still don't know if either one of those can get loose from each other.
I wouldn't think so. I mean, he might be the speed of the speed, but even when he has managed to slow things down a little bit, it's just been the last couple of furlongs that have got to Happy Hour Bobby. Now, he didn't turn that well last time either, but being maybe to the inside again, he was inside of a 4-horse duel, and he just couldn't hang on. But I don't think that the water's going to be much more shallow today. He will last longer. Just don't know if it's going to be all the way. Now, Cooler King next door came off the turf last time, but that seemed very fortuitous for him. That was a good second that day behind Chrome Dimples.
Yeah, it was. And here's a horse that hadn't shown much form whatsoever, and then out of nowhere, just big effort. I mean, big effort. And Chrome Dimpulse came back to win race number 2 tonight. So exits a live race. Kelsey, I think, knows what to do here. I believe this horse has the potential to get loose of the inside markers. And if this horse can break free and open up a length, there could be a problem there. 22 flat last time. That's racehorse fast. And that might be enough to separate here. We're on Sam Says, and I just hope that Sam can rate. I like the outside post where this horse has a lot of the speed inside of him. I don't know how far back he wants to be, but at least I think he can press and maybe pounce.
I would think so. And it's not even that I think he gives up if he doesn't get the lead. He'll keep chasing and he'll keep fighting. I don't know if you saw him go by. I've now noticed this a little bit more as he's grown up. He seems like a cantankerous dude. So if you see him acting that way, that's pretty normal for Sam Says. I just think the outside positioning won't discourage him as much. There might not be as much trouble or pinching or bumping. And that's really all you need with a speed horse like Sam Says. Just give him a clear path and let them duke it out. The outside is one of course, 2 runners from Isaiah Ortiz's camp. You said Carlo Lopez picks this one up. Last seen at Mountaineer, he couldn't have had 2 more opposite most recent races.
No, and Rick Dahl was actually at Mountaineer on May the 12th, one of the top handicappers up on the 3rd floor here. Bet this horse. He looks like Yvonne Lendl, the famous former Wimbledon star on the tennis court. Perfect. Mr. Dahl was over there betting Mountaineer, and he played Paretto's Principle and cashed at 5.5 to 1. So on respect for Mr. Dahl, I got to include the 6 in my exacta box. But like most of the handicappers, I'm on the 5. Sam Says, so are you. T-Pop, the lone wolf on Paretto's Principle.
She talked to Dahl.
She gets it. 8 minutes to post, the lucky last. Hey, fans, don't forget, main level casino, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, air-conditioned, food and beverage at your table. We're back tomorrow. All kinds of specials, 5 o'clock. Head to CanterburyPark.com. You won't want to miss it. Oh, yeah, the sweet stylings of our bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert. They don't come any better than that, young man. Race 8, they're on the track. Scratch the 1, Lopez on the 6. They'll be at the gate inside 7 minutes. don't get shut out. The horses are approaching the starting gate now. Inside 1 minute. Inside a minute to race number 8. Back tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Saturday at 5 o'clock. Extreme Day on Pepsi Family Day Sunday. Camels, zebras, ostriches, the wonder of it all. We take the 8-day break here from racing. Have the rodeo here. Find all the details at CanterburyPark.com. As they get ready to load in, Cooler King the 4, Sam Says the 5, co-favorite at 2-1. Got about 30 seconds. Get those bets in now. Last call for race 8. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the 8th. The Super Stats Dave Dash for the Cash. Cooler King, Sam Says, both still 2-1. The Mountaineer Shipper, Paretto's Principal, third choice at 3-1. 5-pack here, traveling 5 furlongs. A couple of Minnesota breds, the 3 Happy Hour Bobby, and that 5 Sammy. Two favorites moving in. Paretto's Principal will be the last in line. Good luck with your bets. Get ready for the 8th. There in the gate. And they're off. Happy Hour Bobby, per usual, bounces out of that gate. Sam Says tries to go with that one. In between horses is Cooler King. Outside is Paretto's Principal. At the back of the pack is Schmooze. Kelsey decides to take the lead, and Cooler King looking cool on the lead by a half length. Sam Says clings to that one. Gap of 2 to Happy Hour Bobby. Paretto's Principal is closing in coyly, and nothing yet from Schmooze. 22-1 for the opening quarter mile, and Cooler King and Sam Says ready to lay down the gauntlet as they hit the top of the Canterbury stretch, and Cooler King leads it by a half. Sam Says pounding away on the outside, and Sam Says pokes those green blinkers in front, and Sam Says is opening up now. Sam Says by 3. Paretto's Principal trying to get to the exacta, but no one's catching Sammy. .68 up on the board. Sam Says the even money favorite cruises to the victory. Photo sign up on the board. Photo for the exotics. Hold those tickets. That photo sign is down. Second goes to the 6, Paretto's Principal. Third to the 4, Cooler King. And fourth went to Happy Hour Bobby. 56-43. Soon to be official. Update from Target Field, bottom 8. Twins 4, Cubs 2. Ball game will be on in the Card Club if you're looking for a little casino action. And race 8 is official. $4.20 for your win ticket on Sammy Says. Trifecta paid $22.90. The Super for 10 cents, $15.50. Dolly Parton 9 to 5 double, $17.80. And the pick 5, or the pick 3 paid $15.50. Pick 3, $15.50. Pick 4, $26.40. And the Eric Howla 5-6 exacta for $1 paid $21.10. This does conclude our live racing card for the evening. We're back tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Specials on everything, including just $2 to get in the door. Head to CanterburyPark.com for the deets. Casino main level, blackjack, pie-gow, Texas Hold'em, all kinds of activity down there on the main level. Beautiful air conditioning, food and beverage service if you are interested. Right now, though, we're going to celebrate the victorious Sam Says here in race number 8. Sam Says is a 5-year-old gelding by Sam Lord's Castle out of I Love You Too. Fold right in here in Minnesota by B&D Thoroughbreds. The winning owner is Natasha Roberts. The winning conditioners, Mr. Joe Roberts. And the winning pilot is Zeke Lara. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Sam Says. We're back tomorrow at 5 o'clock. When you do leave, drive home safe. We'll see you soon. And they're off. Happy hour Bobby, per usual, bounces out of that gate. Sam Says tries to go with that one. In between horses is Cooler King. Outside is Paretto's Principal. And at the back of the pack is Schmooze. Kelsey decides to take the lead, and Cooler King looking cool on the lead by a half length. Sam Says clings to that one. Gap of 2 to Happy Hour Bobby. Paretto's Principal is closing in coyly, and nothing yet from Schmooze. 22-1 for the opening quarter mile, and Cooler King and Sam Says ready to lay down the gauntlet as they hit the top of the Canterbury stretch, and Cooler King leads it by a half. Sam Says pounding away on the outside, and Sam Says pokes those green blinkers in front, and Sam Says is opening up now. Sam Says by 3. Paretto's Principal trying to get to the exacta, but no one's catching Sammy. $58.68 up on the board. Sam Says the even money favorite cruises.